All right, counsel, be seated for a second. There's a couple things that I need to address. All right, number one, juror number 14.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was informed first by the officer and then by my staff at the break that at some point during the cross-examination, you were able to see a document that was up on one of the prosecutor's screens. Is that an accurate statement?
I didn't see it, but I could not read it.
Right, okay. And you saw it directly, or was it reflected off one of the dividers?
Well, early on, I saw photographs.
Right.
I saw off the divider. Then subsequent, I saw a document when you were up at sidewalk.
Okay.
I saw the same document.
Yes, all right.
I could not read it.
All right, and I've instructed, it's unfortunate, this is COVID era, and you are seated where you are. Normally, you'd be in the box and you wouldn't be able to see anything. So I've instructed the prosecutors at sidebar when it was first brought to my attention to be very careful about that. So if there's something that's going to be shown to the witnesses on the screen, they'll pull that up, but otherwise, they shouldn't pull up documents. And if they happen to pull something up, just try not to look at it to the best of your ability, okay? And fine, that should handle the situation. Now, the other situation is I was informed by my staff that some of the jurors in the second row may have heard whispering coming from the gallery. That's completely unacceptable. Not that the jurors heard it, but there's whispering in the gallery. People in the gallery cannot talk about the case, especially because we have jurors in the first two rows. And members of the jury, thank you for bringing that to my staff's attention. If it persists, I will have my courtroom cleared. Do I make myself clear? Please do not discuss any aspect of the case. Do not speak about the case. Do not speak about anything that may distract our jurors when you are in the courtroom. If there is another complaint, I will exercise my authority and clear the courtroom except for the jurors. I don't want to have to do that. This is a public courtroom, a public trial. You have a right to be here, but the jurors have a right not to be distracted by whispering in the courtroom. They have to pay careful attention, and they have been throughout this trial, and I have no doubt they will continue to pay attention to what occurs in the courtroom from the witness stand, but they cannot be distracted by members of the public in the gallery. So please do not speak at all about the case. You should be saying nothing. Just listen to the testimony. And if you have comments, that's fine. I'm sure you all do. Share them outside the presence of the members of the jury. All right, thank you. All right, with that being said, can we bring in Mr. Goodwin, please, and we'll continue with the cross-examination. The members of the jury, please, if you hear anything, just bring it to my staff's attention or raise your hand, and I'll deal with it immediately. All right, thank you.
Goodwin.
Hold on, before we proceed, I'm sorry, can I see counsel at sidebar for one moment, please? the continued cross-examination of Mr. Goodwin. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Goodwin, you testified that you saw the actual shooting of Lauren Kanarek, correct?
Yes.
Did you previously tell Corporal Thomas Fellini that after you talked to Michael Barisone, you turned to walk back into the residence, then Lauren Kanarek walked over to speak to Michael Barisone?
Judge, can we come to sidebar?
Reword and clarify your questioning of the witness, please.
Mr. Goodwin, after the shooting, did you talk to the Washington Township Police Department?
I did.
Did you give them a statement right after the incident as to what actually happened?
I did give a statement.
Did you tell the Washington Township Police Department that after you spoke to Michael Barisone, you turned your back and walked into the house?
To walk back into the house. This is the problem, Mr. Blinkus. Why don't you show it to him and ask the witness if that's what he said to the police?
It says walk into the residence. That's why I said that.
All right, please proceed.
Mr. Goodwin, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 100C 14.6, which is an affidavit. I'm going to refer you to page 4 and point out a portion.
That's big enough, thank you.
Right, and ask you to read that to see if it refreshes your recollection as to what you specifically told the police immediately after the incident.
Is this a transcript of the recorded?
It's an affidavit from the
I'm
police?
not familiar with
Okay,
what that means.
it's a sworn statement submitted by the police.
That is not accurate.
So is it your testimony that you never told the police immediately after the incident that after you talked to Michael Barisone, you walked into the residence and heard gunshots?
That doesn't say I walked into the residence, it says, what's important in that thing is that it says that I
That
did,
the witness not comment on what's contained in the police document. This isn't what we talked about.
Let me see again, sidewalk. Move on, Mr. Delaney.
Now, you observed Lauren Kanarek walking to Michael Barisone. Is that your testimony?
correct.
And did you hear what Lauren Kanarek said to Michael Barisone?
She said she would talk to him, and as she was walking,
I'm asking what she said to him, not you.
I think she started to say something, and then Michael pulled the gun out and shot her.
When you say he reached, weren't you
He picked up-
still blocked by that huge bush and could only see from his chest up, as you've testified to?
So the other day, he stepped forward and reached out his arms before he shot Lauren. So, no.
Did you see him on the telephone?
Excuse me?
Did you see him on the telephone at any point?
No.
Did you see Michael Barisone's phone on a table in that general area at any point?
I saw a gun in Michael's hands, no phone,
And when did you see this gun?
when he pulled it up and shot Lauren.
Now, you said Michael Barisone's about 6'3", 6'4",
Correct.
and you were standing on the label. How far up on his body could you see him from that location?
I think chest up,
So from
maybe
about,
a little higher,
okay, so about from here to me?
somewhere abouts there, yeah.
And it's your testimony that he picked the weapon up high enough for you to see it over that bush and fire 2 shots into Lauren Kanarek?
As Lauren was approaching Michael to have this conversation that Michael said he wanted to have with us, he took a step forward towards Lauren, raised up his hands and shot. So his arms were to, you understand what I'm saying? He stepped out from behind the bush at that point. He took one step from behind the bush when he shot. He was not aggressively, sorry. He took a step towards Lauren when he took the shot, when he raised up the gun.
All right, so let me see if I understand what you're saying. If you're on the porch, the bush is approximately, what, 8 feet away from where you're standing?
About, yeah.
And it's as high as Michael Barisone's chest, correct?
Correct.
okay? And even though you're elevated, you only see from here up, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's your testimony from that position that Michael Barisone takes the step, what, to my right?
Towards the gravel driveway,
Okay,
towards Lauren where she was standing.
and raises his hand and shoots her.
Correct.
Now, how tall is Lauren Kanarek?
5'5", 5'6".
Okay, well, can I assume he didn't raise the gun up this high to shoot at Lauren Kanarek over 5'5"?
I think that would be pretty accurate, yeah.
Okay, and he, and this is based on what you're testifying you saw, the gun was about where when he fired the shots that, like straight out from his arm as I'm holding it? At approximately 4 feet, correct? Approximately.
I'm sorry, what do you, it would,
How
What do you say?
high was his arm raised?
he raised his hand, he extended his arm.
And you could see that over the bush.
Do we have a picture? I'll show, he stepped one step forward out
One step forward out.
to the driveway,
To the
which
driveway.
was enough to be unconcealed by the bush 100%. And I don't know if that bush was there, if it would block his arms, because like I said, I definitely could see his shoulders. I saw his arms come up when he talked to me, when he came up to talk to me. So if he held his gun up, you know, I think it'd be pretty reasonable to say that I saw it still. If he stood in the exact same position he tried to lure us out of the house in from.
When you say lure us out of the house, you and both Lauren came out on your free will, correct?
I think he tried to pull us to his area. I came out to the porch. I did not want to conversate with him. I told him the attorneys will handle it. I believe his intention was to pull us out of the house.
I asked you, when you first observed Michael Barisone, if you would describe him as sorrowful. And you didn't even seem like you understood what I was asking. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I did not recall it. I don't know, and also you were very vague about, was he sorrowful within the 2 years that I've ever met him? I had no context.
No. I'm talking about
I didn't know that.
moments before the shooting. I'm talking about the day of the incident. Did you tell the police in your official version he looked really sorrowful? Page 4, bottom of the first paragraph.
Where's it at?
Page 4, bottom of the first paragraph. You need my glasses? Or?
No, I can see this. Bottom of the first paragraph.
Did you describe your observations of Michael Barisone immediately before the shooting as sorrowful?
It says here I did, and
Do you
as I-
recall that?
I don't recall saying this, no.
Is there any
I
doubt?
left a statement when Lauren was dying in the well, when I thought Lauren was dying in the hospital, or possibly not alive.
Okay, and at that point, is it fair to say that you had no love loss for Michael Barisone, and you weren't saying anything trying to protect him?
What is fair to say is I think this is consistent with what I'm saying is sincere, sorrowful, he tried to draw us out of the house to him so he could shoot us.
Did you say, I could only see from the chest and above, and he said something like, he looked really sorrowful, you know? What did you just say you believe that to mean?
He looked sincere in saying, how do we work this out? I personally did not care because
But my specific question is, did you use the term sorrowful?
it says right here I said sorrowful. I agree.
So, will you agree with me that calm and sorrowful is a huge difference between angry?
I never said he was angry.
And would you agree with me that based on your entire observations, the entire incident, he never appeared angry, correct? Correct?
I believe we just went over this, yes.
Now, you just testified on, to my last question, that you observed Michael Barisone shoot Lauren Kanarek from the landing on top of the stairs, correct?
Correct. I was on the landing.
Did you tell the police in your official statement that before the shooting, you came down the stairs?
Came down the stairs from...
Before the shooting?
Yes, I was upstairs on the third floor apartment. I imagine I came down some stairs.
Can you look at page 3? Is it your testimony that your reference to the police that you came down the stairs, that you were talking about inside of the house at that point? Is that your sworn testimony?
I believe that's in reference to me coming down the stairs from the apartment.
Well, when you said Lauren walked down the stairs, where was she walking down the stairs in that specific sentence? Where was Lauren when you were walking down the stairs? Was she outside at that point?
She was behind me,
Well,
and then she
you
walked
agree
down
with
the
me
stairs.
that you told the police she walked down the stairs to talk to Barison, and then 2 shots were fired. Isn't it a fact you were inside when the shots were fired?
Not at all a fact. Ridiculous.
Now, How quickly were these shots fired in succession?
Very quickly, a stopwatch. Boom, boom.
Okay, and then
Pause.
how quickly after that was the shot you claimed was fired at you?
Took 2-3 more steps, turned to me and fired at me, so a couple of seconds.
Okay, so,
Some sort of a pause in between the two shots fired at Lauren. Little hesitation, maybe a pause, whatever you want to call it. Aimed at me and fired at me.
okay, boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Now, were those shots loud?
Not overly, no. I don't think so. I mean, they were loud, yes, but
9mm, correct?
that would be a reference question, right?
Well, you're familiar with 9mm. Was it a loud boom?
Wasn't as loud as Lauren's gun.
Did you tell the police that after he fired at Lauren, that you ran in the house? Did you tell the police that immediately after the incident?
Sorry, can you rephrase it? Or can you say it again?
Sure. Did you tell the police that after Lauren was shot, I kind of ran in the house? Did you say that?
I dove into in through the door as Michael raised the gun up at me.
Did you say I ran in the house again, a second time in your official statement?
I dove into the house. I remember seeing the tempered glass windows shattering around the floor as I was laying on the floor. So if I did it, maybe it was a misspeak. I'm sure throughout here we'll find more. Do I have a minute to read this?
No, I'm not. If I ask you a question or refer it, I'll refer you to a specific section. Now, you see Lauren get shot. Isn't it a fact that after she got shot, she ran away? And you have no idea where she went?
I did lose contact when I dove into the house of where she went, yes.
And did she run around the house based on your observations?
She ran away when after Michael shot at her, she turned around, ran away. Pretty shortly after, he raised the gun at me and I dove into the house, so I did not see if Lauren ran around the house.
Did you ever tell anyone that Lauren disappeared and you think she ran around the house?
I don't know what Lauren did after I dove in the house.
Well, you weren't in the house for any length of time, correct?
I dove on the floor and I got up and I charged out. At that time, Michael was charging in.
Okay. And was Lauren there in the immediate area at that point?
Lauren was there because on the conflict on the porch, when Michael brought the gun up and I had him in a chokehold, she grabbed his gun hand and tried to pull it down.
Okay,
I assume
Go ahead.
I assumed he was going to try to shoot at me over his head, over his shoulder. But Lauren jumped on his arm and held his gun hand.
Now, did you ever tell the police that Lauren Kanarek was up on the stairs grabbing at Michael Barisone's arm with a weapon in it in your official statement?
I would imagine I did say that.
Can you look at page 3, same paragraph you're talking to, I'm talking about, and see whether or not it refreshes your recollection as to whether you ever mentioned that Lauren Kanarek and you were on the stairs trying to get a gun away from Michael Barison.
Not in that paragraph, it does not say that.
When you say the paragraph, that's the paragraph when you talk about the actual shooting, correct?
The paragraph I just read.
And nowhere in there did you mention that Lauren Kanarek was on the steps struggling with you and
She
Michael.
wasn't on the steps. I
Where
said
was
she
she?
reached up, while me and Mike were on the steps, she was on the side of the railing. She reached up, tried to grab Michael's arm.
With her feet on the ground?
Well, she could have been on the steps, she was behind Michael. She was,
Well, the
there
question
was
is-
me, Michael, Lauren. I saw Lauren jump up and grab his hands. I don't know exactly where she was standing.
Okay, but you testified previously she was on the steps, correct?
Judge, I'm not entirely sure that's accurate.
All right, I'll ask it again. Where exactly was Lauren Kanarek where you say she reached up and tried to grab Michael Barison?
She was on would be Michael's front side. On the other end of me and Michael. All I saw were her hands and that they were wrapped around his arm as he was trying to pull it up. She was trying to pull his arms down.
And again, I don't want to belabor this point anymore, but you don't know whether she's on the steps or she's on the ground.
I was concentrating on the gun that was coming up to my head.
Okay, and when you're talking about this specific instance, Michael Barison his back is to you, correct?
Correct.
Lauren Kanarek is in front of you, him, correct?
Correct.
And had you struck him in the head at this point?
This question, yes.
And did you knock him out with that punch?
No.
So, at some point in time, when the gun, according to you, is in Michael Barisone's hand, both you and Lauren are struggling with him to try to get the gun, correct?
No, I was struggling to stop him from murdering us.
Okay, well, you saw the slide back and immediately recognized that the gun was empty before you leaped out and struck him according to your testimony, correct?
That is what I said.
So there was no danger in any other bullets being fired based on your observations of Michael Barisone and the gun.
I don't know if I was able to process. I don't know if I was able to process what was going on. I was very unfamiliar with the gun. I did not, I did not know the full extent of processing it. I mean, I watched Lauren get shot, and yet I didn't realize she was shot until I saw the holes coming out of the back of her shirt. So it was a very stressful, fast time.
We'll get to that point in a second, but let's talk about something else first. You say you physically see, not hear, but physically see Michael Barisone shoot Lauren Kanarek, correct? And it's your testimony that with that observation, you didn't even realize that she was shot. Is that your testimony?
Correct.
Even though you claim to have seen a gun, heard the gun fire twice, you did not realize until after you started beating Michael Barisone that he was shot, she was shot. Is that your testimony?
She did not, let me rephrase it this way. She did not fall on the ground after being shot. There is a possibility that maybe she was missed. We get those possibilities out of the way when I'm looking at holes coming through the back of her shirt. That is when I realized she was shot by Michael.
Now, you'll agree with me when you leaped at Michael Barisone and cracked him in the face, that was the first punch that you landed.
Correct.
Now, didn't Michael Barisone have his back to you at that point?
No, he was charging into the house and I was leaping out of the house.
When did he turn his back on you?
Well, after I punched him, he looked dazed for a little bit, and then out of nowhere just turned and went to go run off. I don't know if he was where he was running to. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he was thinking. He turned around, and I don't know if he was retreating or what, but he turned around and gave me his back.
And where exactly on Michael Barisone's face did you strike him?
I think the forehead.
When he turned his back and attempted to get away, is that when you leaped on his back and started to choke him?
I'm sorry, I just said I don't know what he was doing, so I'm not saying that he attempted to get away.
Okay.
He could have been going to finish killing Lauren. There's nothing that states he was trying to get away. He was a man with a gun on our property trying to kill us.
Okay.
I subdued him.
Okay, so at some point, irrespective of what his intentions are, he tries to
He turned
walk
around.
away from you, correct?
He turned around.
Turned around. And at that point, you jump on his back and you start choking him.
At that point, I threw a chokehold right on his neck.
And is he still on the stairs at this point?
We're either on the patio, I think we're right on the top, not the patio, sorry, the porch. The little porch, we're on the top of the porch at that point. Maybe one step down, I don't know. We're on the porch.
So you're on the landing or the first step going down, okay? That's what your testimony is?
Yeah, pretty close to it, yeah.
So is it safe to assume that when you struck him in the forehead, he was on the landing?
That is correct.
Did he attempt to turn and walk away while he was still on the landing?
Turned around.
Okay? And started to walk down and only got to the first step, correct? According to what you just said.
I feel like we're having a play on words here. Say it again.
I just want to try to be accurate. You indicated he's on the landing and you hit him in the forehead. He turns around, he's still on the landing, and he's either on the landing or he's taking his first step down, and you jump on him and start choking him, correct?
Yeah, as soon as he turned around, I was on his neck.
Okay.
As soon as he turned around, you gotta remember, this is a fight for my life, Lauren's life.
Right.
So,
Okay.
as soon as he turned around, I tried to subdue him.
Okay, and where was Lauren at this point when he's at the top of the stairs trying to grab at the gun?
Next time I see Lauren is when the gun comes up, Lauren jumps on his arm to protect me. At that point, we don't know the gun is jammed or anything of the fact. And like I said, even seeing it, I did not recognize, it did not process in my head that that gun was no longer a weapon because the slide was locked back.
Didn't you tell the police that the reason why you decided to charge at Michael Barisone is because you saw that the slide was back and realized that the weapon had no bullets in it?
Please show me where that was said, anywhere.
We'll get to that. Now, when you were choking Michael Barisone, did he pass out?
He did.
And where's Lauren Kanarek at that point?
Lauren Kanarek is on the side of the stairs. Well, we're all grouped in one section. If you got a picture, it's easier if I just show you than explain.
Now, at this point in time, were you down on the concrete patio?
I was on top of Michael and we were both on the patio.
Did you slam Michael Barisone's face into the concrete patio?
We passed out, we fell onto the patio, onto the concrete patio.
At any point in time in the struggle, did you punch him in the face?
When Michael was coming back to, he was trying to get back up. I did punch him,
How many
and I did
times?
hold him down.
How many times did you punch Michael Barisone in the face?
I don't know. Enough to get him to not get access to the gun anymore.
Do you have any idea how many punches that took?
I mean, this is a fight for my life, so was I concerned about how many times I was punching the man that is trying to get up? I was not, and no, I do not know how many times I punched him in the face. The fact of the matter is, he was trying to get back up.
And did you punch him on the side of the head, in both ears?
Specifically, I do not know.
Have you seen any pictures of what Michael Barison looked like after you got done punching him and hitting him?
I saw him on his first court hearing.
Now, at some point in time, did Lauren Kanarek start beating Michael on the side of the face with her telephone?
Lauren Kanarek may have hit him a few times. At that point, she was just about to pass out.
And it's your testimony?
did.
Go ahead.
I did want her to, want her to stay alive. I don't know if my focus was that she just maybe compress or hold the blood in. I would prefer that's what she would be doing.
Okay, but did she beat Michael Barison for approximately 7 minutes
No,
during this incident?
no.
How many times did you see Lauren Kanarek hit Michael Barison with her telephone in the ear and the cheek area?
A few times I've seen Lauren. She was also in the fight for her life. Okay? She hit him a few times, but at this point she was very, very close to passing out. And she couldn't even stand. So I do not believe there was any sort of damage done from her hitting. She may think she did some damage. You may imply that she did some damage, but at this point, she was almost dying.
Okay, incapable of walking around at this point, correct?
At this point, she was on the ground, yes.
Incapable of walking up the stairs and getting an object from the landing, correct?
We're talking about after I subdued Michael. Yes, you're implying before.
No,
Before.
I'm not implying before. Listen to my question. Your testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that immediately after the shooting, you strike Michael, he turns his back, you choke him, you fall to the patio area, and you start to subdue him, correct?
That is correct.
And Lauren Kanarek is there the whole time, on her knees, correct?
From when I had Michael on the ground, and we all fell on the ground.
Right?
Yes,
Down
she
from-
is right there with us.
She's right there with you, and she starts hitting her with the phone. You saw that, correct?
I just said that.
Okay. Do you know how she got her phone to hit Michael Barison, which wasn't available to her at that point?
Yeah, Mr. Belinkus, don't editorialize, please. Just ask the question. Do you know? Do you know?
I didn't understand.
I know, just re-ask the question and don't editorialize. Just ask a question,
Did you see
please.
Lauren Kanarek leave the area, walk up the stairs, grab her iPhone, come down, and then start beating Michael Barison? She never left that area, correct?
At that point, like I stated, she was pretty
Dying.
much dying.
Okay. And can I assume that after that, you didn't see her go back up the stairs again and get a different phone and come down and call 911?
She had my phone from the minute I walked down the stairs from the apartment.
Correct.
So I gave it to her either.
Mr.
on the-
Belinkus, again,
Okay.
you know, we don't need your comments about the testimony. It's inappropriate.
Understood.
You don't say correct when a witness answers.
Right.
Don't do it again, please.
She had your phone when she came to talk to Michael Barisone, correct?
She definitely had my phone, yes.
And this whole shooting, the sequence of events, would be heard by the lawyer who was on the call, correct?
I assume, yes?
And after you struck Michael and choked him, she was down on her knees, close to dying the entire time, correct?
From that point on, yes, till the police showed up.
You never saw her, and correct me if I'm wrong, her going up the stairs once or twice to get something.
No,
She wasn't even capable of doing that based on your observations of her medical condition, correct? Correct?
yes.
Now, did you see Lauren Kanarek running around in a circle at any point?
Assume we're talking about the incident. I do not recall her running in a circle. I recall her running away from Michael. And when I say run away, I saw a few steps before Michael aimed the gun at me and I dove inside, so.
At any point during this incident, did Michael Barisone say anything to you after your initial discussion with him?
No.
Now, when you were subduing Michael Barisone, did you tell the police that you didn't think he knew where he was at that point, or words to that effect?
After I punched him or after he was choked out?
After he was choked out?
After no, he was choked out, and then when he was coming back to consciousness is when he was moving around and trying to get up.
Anything further, Mr. Belinkus?
Yes, Judge, I'm just going over my notes. Did you tell the police immediately after this incident that you thought Michael Barisone had psychological problems?
Objection.
That was your,
Hold on, there's an objection, Mr. Valenkas. Let me see that sign.
Mr. Goodwin,
The objection sustained.
Mr. Goodwin, at any time during this incident, did you observe anything that would indicate that Michael Barisone was having psychological problems?
Objection. It's the same question in a different
Right,
form.
it was dressed up, but focusing on it, the question
Right.
is not, we know you're not an expert. All right, so counsel's just asking what observations you made about the defendant.
I'm not really too sure how to answer the question.
All right, ask another question, Mr. Valenkas.
Now, with regards to your observations of Michael before the shooting, you've already testified that he was calm and sorrowful. Would you also describe him as sincere when he said, "How could we end this"?
My first impression was, yes, it was a sincere gesture. I couldn't tell you if he was sincere or if he was just trying to lure us out of the house.
Okay, and he mentions the term war, correct?
He did.
And were you aware, and did you personally see Lauren Kanarek's
Well,
constant?
it's a compound question.
Okay. Did you see Lauren Kanarek's use of the term going to war numerous times throughout the last 2 or 3 weeks leading up to the incident?
I have no context to it, nor do I remember specifically anything you're talking about.
Now, did your dog attack Michael Barisone?
When we were on the concrete patio, the dog got out because I didn't have time to close the door as I was trying to control the situation. So yes, at some point, I noticed Rosie when me and Michael are tied up on the ground and I'm subduing him.
Did you see Rosie biting Michael Barisone?
I believe Rosie bit me as well.
Did you see Rosie bite Michael Barisone?
I did.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you see Rosie bite Michael Barisone in his inner groin area next to his genitals?
He was face down, so I couldn't imagine how that would happen, but
Now, did you break Michael's arm?
I did.
Did Michael pass out at any point in time during this beating?
So
I
Michael,
mean, in addition to what he already testified about? When he put him in the chokehold, you meaning after that point
After
in
that.
time? So
after
after the chokehold,
No.
he's asking.
Were you aware that Ruth Cox had a gun at the facility?
No.
Now, Mr. Goodwin, the day before the shooting, when the townspeople were there, at some point, did you take your finger and form it into a pistol, pretend like you pulled the trigger, and mouth the words to Michael Barisone, "Get ready"?
Not at all.
I'm going to show you a series of pictures, 800. Sit. 852 to 865. It's the same or different? Okay. I'm going to show you these
Can
photographs.
I see what the witness is being shown?
Just be careful when you view those, Mr. Shellhorn.
Judge, I think the witness has already said that he's seen no pictures of the defendant after this all happened, so I'm not sure what the relevance is.
Let me see it.
Mr. Kanarek.
That objection was sustained. Ask something else, Mr. Belinkus, please.
Mr. Goodwin, after the police arrived, you had an opportunity to see Michael Barisone there, correct?
I don't know what capacity you're talking about. I did see him there after the incident, yes.
And would you agree with me that his face was filled with blood?
I think I was more concerned with what Lauren was
I understand that.
doing.
But with regards to your observations of Michael Barisone, would you agree that his arm looked deformed? Did you see that?
I don't know how he looked after. I did see him. I did not assess him, is I think what you're asking for, an assessment of what I thought of Michael after the incident.
Okay.
I assessed Lauren.
My last question. The week leading up to this incident, things were extremely toxic, correct?
They were tense.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why on August 3rd, 2019, you were searching Mary Haskell's
Objection, Judge.
11-year-old
Objection,
daughter?
Judge. Objection.
Mr. Belinkus. You have anything else, Mr. Belinkus?
No, Judge.
How long's your redirect?
I think it will be before the lunch break, Judge,
All right.
if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. We'll get it done. Redirect.
Mr. Goodwin, you were asked questions about when the township officials came to the property. Did you meet with any of the township officials?
I recall talking to them when I dropped the paperwork off at the clerk's office.
But I'm asking specifically when they came to the property, did you speak to them at all?
I don't believe I interacted with them.
Were you at the barn at any point when they were at the barn?
I wasn't.
Were you in the area where Michael Barison was?
I was in the barns along the aisle.
Now, I just wanted to ask you a few questions about your statement. Do you still have that in front of you?
I do.
And I believe that's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 100E5.
Correct.
That's the statement that Mr. Belinkus referred to as your official version of the events?
Correct.
Now, he asked you at some point whether you heard the shots against Lauren or saw the shots against Lauren.
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to on direct yesterday?
That I saw Michael shoot Lauren.
And I'm going to direct your attention to page 30. About halfway down the page. Do you see a line that says SG? So you
SG in the midway, yes. Just one, yes.
and it says SG. Is that Detective Sasha Gould?
I just choose one of the detectives I talked with.
And it says, she asked you, so you see him take the gun out, you see him actually firing at Lauren. And your response is yes?
Correct.
So you told that to the police on August 7th, 2019.
Yes.
Does it sound familiar that this statement began at approximately 5:09 that afternoon?
I wouldn't know what time it was.
And if I direct your attention to page 1. If you look at the last paragraph on page 1, does that refresh your memory of approximately what time that statement began?
I don't think it's that inaccurate.
Do you remember approximately what time the shooting happened?
2 o'clock.
So you gave a statement to the police that was recorded at the police station approximately 2 hours after the shooting.
Correct.
3 hours, I'm sorry.
Three.
My math is off. Now, you were also asked questions about whether you had walked down the stairs and off the porch. Do you remember that question?
Yes, very vividly.
And I think Mr. Bolinkis asked you, did you step off of the porch and down onto the patio area?
I think Mr. Blinkus was confused about the.
All right, hold on. Don't opine on
Just yes
Mr.
or no.
Bolinkis' state of mind,
Sure.
all right? Just answer the question, please. Thank you.
So my question was, do you remember the question about whether you stepped off the porch onto the patio area?
I do.
And what was your answer to that question?
No.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to, I believe, page 28. And down at the bottom of page 28, where you asked questions about when Lauren came to get you.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Page 28
Page 28 at the bottom.
at the bottom. What am I looking at?
Does it say Detective Sasha Gould asked, where are you actually? Are you still on in the house, or you're on the porch now at this point? And did you respond, I was in the house, I came down the stairs, I think I handed off the phone to Lauren, because unintelligible on the phone with the attorney. I walked outside and he said, how could we end this? Looking really sincere. I mean, she said on the front porch, and you said yeah.
It's accurate.
So you told the police on August 7th, 2019, that you were on the porch while you were talking to Michael Barison.
Correct.
And I think the last thing I wanted to clear up was the question about whether you went into the house or stayed on the porch at the time of the shooting. Do you remember that series of questions?
Yes.
And specifically on page, for example, three,
Page 3.
page 3.
Okay.
In the beginning, probably the fifth line down of that second main paragraph, Is that a paragraph of your statements to the police? That's you speaking? It says RG in the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read it real quick.
I'm gonna direct you to where you
Oh.
need to read. I'm just asking.
Yeah,
you-
that's my paragraph.
So that's you speaking there, right?
Yes,
And about the fifth line down, do you see on the left column where it says shot at me?
yes.
Does it say shot at me? I kind of ran in the house, and then he started coming in as well. I didn't run. I didn't run in the house, just, because the incident was going on. I didn't know what to do. I ducked in the house, and then I realized, like, what the hell am I doing? And I kind of turned around.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So did you actually go inside the house or not?
I dove in the house.
How far into the house did you go?
It was a very small room. I dove far enough I felt like I was protected from the shots being fired at me. I just wanted to get behind cover.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Goodwin, did you also say on page 30, I think she ran like around the house?
That's Mr. Belenkus, that's not.
I didn't
Is
ask
that-
anything about that.
Yeah, that's not a recross question, and it has to be in response to what was brought up on redirect. Do you have any questions about what Mr. Shellhorn brought up?
No.
All right. All right, you may step down, thank you.
Me? No?
Please don't discuss the case with anyone, in case you have to be recalled, thank you. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our luncheon recess now. Hold on, I know you're all anxious, I am too, but I just want to get back to that issue about jurors hearing whispering. Can I see by a show of hands the jurors in the gallery who may have previously heard some whispering? All right. We have 2 jurors. Okay, very good. I'm just going to ask you two to remain in place, if you would, because I just want to speak to you a little bit further with the attorneys, okay? The rest of the jurors, you can go enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you around 1:30 this afternoon. We have some more witnesses that the state will call. Thank you. Can you go out and tell them to cut the feed? I don't want any of this being sent out anywhere. And just confirm for me that it's been cut. All right, members of the jury, good afternoon. Please be seated. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunches. The state has some additional witnesses this afternoon, and the first witness who will testify this afternoon, the state will seek to admit or submit that witness as an expert. So I just want to give you a charge. I know you've heard this before in my opening comments, but it seemed like an opportune time to reread that charge to you. It's not overly long on expert testimony. And this applies not only to the next witness, but perhaps another witness this afternoon, and then likely witnesses next week. So as a general rule, ladies and gentlemen, witnesses can testify only as to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit the opinion of a witness to be received as evidence. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give his or her opinion as to any matter in which he or she is versed and which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in the case. In this case, expert witnesses may be called by the state and defendant, and as I said, the state does intend to call at least one and possibly two witnesses this afternoon who they will offer as expert witnesses. Please bear in mind that you are not bound by such experts' opinions, but you should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining each opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the evidence, strike that, let me rephrase. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all the evidence in the case you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true or not true or are true in part only. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. The ultimate determination of whether or not the state has proven defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is to be made only by the jury. All right, with that charge, Mr. Shellhorn, can you call your witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Detective Andreas Zaharopoulos.
All right, Detective Zaharopoulos, please. Well, Detective, please remain standing. Place your left hand on the Bible. Please raise your right hand and listen to my court clerk administer the oath.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Andreas Zaharopoulos, Zaharopoulos.
Thank you.
All right, please be seated. Please keep your voice up. If you don't understand a question, Detective, please indicate that, and I'll have counsel rephrase.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shellhorn, you have some photographs you want to address first?
That's right, Judge. The photos are marked as S261 through S269. I don't believe there's any objection to the admission of those into evidence, as well as S340 and S341.
That's correct, Judge, I have no objection.
Those photographs will be accepted into evidence by the court. It can be displayed to the jury during the detective's testimony. And for the record, those are State's Exhibit 261 through 269, State's Exhibit 340 and 341, all entered into evidence. Please proceed, Mr. Shotland.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you please reintroduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you work?
My name is Detective Andreas Zaharopoulos, and I currently work for the Morris County Sheriff's Office.
What is your current rank and assignment?
I am a detective in the Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
Approximately how long have you been assigned to that unit?
Approximately 6 years.
Have you ever held any other positions or assignments with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What was that?
When I first was hired, I was assigned to the Protective Services Unit, which is here in the courthouse.
I'm going to ask you some questions about your qualifications. Can you tell the jury about your level of education?
I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Rutgers.
And do you have any specialized training with regard to crime scene investigation?
Yes.
What was that?
When I was first assigned to the Crime Scene Unit, I attended the State Police Crime Scene School, which is approximately 6 weeks. And after that, throughout the years, I've attended numerous courses.
Do you have any specialized training with respect to shooting analysis and reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a summary of that training?
I've taken basic shooting reconstruction as well as advanced shooting reconstruction, so approximately 120 hours of training solely on shooting analysis and reconstruction.
Have you ever instructed any courses with respect to crime scene or crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Have you ever investigated any shooting incidents during the course of your career as a detective?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury approximately how many shooting incidents you've investigated?
I have been to approximately 60 different shooting incidents, 30 of which I have investigated.
Meaning that you were the primary investigator?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury when you say shooting incidents, what type of incidents that would include?
I've responded to anything from accidental discharges to suicides, attempted homicides, with accidental discharges being law enforcement or people inside their own homes.
Can you define the term shooting reconstruction? What does that mean?
It's an analysis of a shooting scene.
And what are you attempting to do in that analysis?
We determine through evidence at a scene, we determine to try to find from where a projectile was fired from.
What's a projectile to the common person?
A bullet.
Are there any principles you follow in conducting a shooting reconstruction?
We use the scientific methods, mathematics, physics, to try and determine a path of a projectile.
Are there limits on what you can determine?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I would like to offer Detective Zaharopoulos as an expert in the field of shooting reconstruction.
All right. Counsel, do you have any questions as to the qualifications?
No, Judge.
All right. Do you have any objection to Detective Zaharopoulos being qualified as an expert in shooting reconstruction?
No, Judge.
All right, very well. I've listened to the qualifications of the detective, and I do find pursuant to Rule 702 that he is an expert witness in the area of shooting reconstruction based on his education and training, as well as experience in investigating 60 shooting incidents and 30 as the primary investigator. So he is qualified as an expert and will be allowed to render his opinion pursuant to Rule 702 of the New Jersey Rules of Evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Shellhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, when you respond to a shooting incident to undertake a shooting reconstruction, what type of evidence do you begin by looking for?
We look to see if there's anything potentially casings that we might find, defects, whether it be into a window, a car, a door, a house, anything like that, where we can find any type of defect.
Does the surface or material that's involved with the defect have any impact on your reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Well, each surface responds differently to force. If you have, I would expect that a projectile would perforate a drywall. I wouldn't expect it to go through brick. Glass is another thing that a projectile could go through.
Are there any particular tools that you use in conducting your reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what some of the tools are?
Typically, in shooting reconstruction, we utilize flight path rods, angle finders, protractors, lasers.
What's a flight path rod?
It's approximately 18 inches in length, a rod made out of either fiberglass or metal that we use to put through or into a defect to determine the flight path or the angle of a projectile.
And for those people who may not remember what a protractor is from elementary school, can you remind us?
It's it's a measuring instrument used to measure angles.
Now, I want to draw your attention back to August 7th of 2019. Were you working for the sheriff's office on that day?
Yes.
Were you working in your capacity as a crime scene investigation unit detective?
Yes.
Do you remember what shift you were working that day?
I believe I was working the morning shift.
Would that continue through into the afternoon?
Correct, 8 to 4.
Now, how does, in general, CSI typically become involved in an investigation?
We are a supporting agency. We support and respond to any municipality within Morris County or the prosecutor's office if they require our assistance for a particular crime scene.
Is the only thing you do as a member of CSI shooting reconstruction, or do you undertake other aspects of crime scene investigation?
I have other assignments within the unit.
Now, specifically on August 7th of 2019, do you recall if you were made aware of a shooting incident at 411 West Mill Road in Washington Township?
Yes,
Did you go to that address?
I did.
Do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
I believe somewhere around 3 o'clock, possibly just after 3.
Were there other members of CSI present at various times during that investigation?
Yes.
What was your assignment or responsibility with respect to this investigation?
My assignment was to conduct the shooting reconstruction as well as to utilize a video camera and document the scene.
How was that role or responsibility determined?
Through our supervisors and the different officers on scene, we get together who was going to do what task.
Do you recall what the weather was like that afternoon?
On my approach to the scene, I was transporting our command trailer, and it was downpouring on my approach to the scene.
Now, you mentioned taking video. Can you just explain that process to the jury?
Typically, our video cameras, we place an SD card inside, and then as I approach the scene, just video tape the outside of the home, and then I went inside and videotaped the interior side of the house as well.
Do you do that before or after taking photos?
That is conducted after we take photographs.
Do you do the video before or after collecting evidence?
Before.
What's the reason for that sequence?
The purpose of videotaping is just like photography initially. You want to document the scene as is without disturbing anything.
Did you actually take a video in this case?
Yes.
And after you did that, did you then turn your attention to the shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
Before I ask you questions specifically about that, did you have other involvement in this case on the following day, August 8th?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury briefly what your responsibilities were on August 8th?
We were requested to respond for the prosecutor's office to photograph the home as well as the barn house for any potential evidence. And while I was at the farmhouse, I utilized metal detectors to look for casings, or one casing that we were believed to be on scene.
Did you also take some photos of the various areas you just discussed while you were there that day?
Correct.
So, taking your attention back to August 7th, 2019, how did you begin your shooting reconstruction?
I took my own camera and began photographing the primary scene of where the shooting took place with the first defect, which was the door.
Can you remind the jury what you were looking for as initial evidence?
I was advised by Detective Bailey, who was the crime scene detective for CSI, and locate that he had located 2 projectile casings on the gravel driveway. And with that, I also had it up. I observed the defect on the door, and that's how I determined a start point for my analysis.
Is your focus in conducting a reconstruction on determining who shot the gun?
No.
Did you observe any bullet defects in the farmhouse?
In the farmhouse?
Yes. Can you tell the jury where you observed those defects?
The first defect was on the door. Then inside this laundry room area, there was a black mat that was hanging. There was like a ricochet or a graze to it, and then there was an exit defect on the window behind it.
Did you take photos of all those defects?
Yes.
What's the process that you go through with examining each separate defect?
Each defect is photographed. Then I looked at them one-to-one with ruler up against it just to get the correct, accurate measurements of each defect. And then from there, I started using the flight path rod to determine an angle of it.
Now, before we discuss the specifics of the conclusions that you reached, were you able to reach any conclusions with respect to those bullet defects?
Yes.
What did you conclude?
I concluded that the projectile in the defect to the door was from the outside going in, and I also determined a certain angle up and down and left to right as to how it entered the door.
Did you document those conclusions in a report?
Yes.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the screen. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-389 in evidence. Detective, what is S-389 a diagram of?
It's a diagram of the farmhouse.
And is this a fair and accurate diagram based on your involvement in the investigation on August 7, 2019?
Yes.
You had mentioned earlier that you were aware of some casings that were located.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what a casing is?
The casing is where from a projectile, when you fire a weapon, the projectile, the bullet exits from the front of the barrel. The casing, whether it's a semi-auto or a revolver, in a semi-auto, it ejects either a certain way. In a revolver, it stays within the cylinder of the weapon.
So the casing is the piece that's left over after the bullet is fired.
Correct.
And do you see the approximate location where those casings were found on this diagram, S-389?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where those are?
They are the yellow squares in front of the red pickup truck.
And they're labeled as MCSO item number 9 and MCSO item number 8?
Correct.
And does that diagram fairly and accurately depict the area where those casings were when you were there on that day?
I believe so, yes.
Where was the first defect that you indicated that you observed on the farmhouse?
It was on the door by the patio.
And where is the door on S-389?
To the bottom right of the house.
All right, I'm going to ask you to look at S-261. What's S-261 a picture of?
It is the photo of the door.
And where was the defect on the door?
It is to the right middle glass pane.
So to the right of that, the pane to the right of that piece of paper that says notice on it?
Correct.
What was the condition of the glass on the door?
It had shattered.
What is S-262 a picture of?
It's a close-up of the same window.
And what is S-263 a picture of?
It's a close-up of the defect.
And is this picture taken on the exterior of the door?
Exterior, yes.
Was there any difference in the glass on the exterior or outside of the door from the glass on the interior or the inside of the door?
There was a difference.
Can you explain to the jury what the difference was?
In a shooting, especially when it comes to glass, you can determine the entrance and exit of a defect. The back side or the exit side of a defect produces a cone-shaped or a crater. When the force of the projectile striking the glass forces the glass on the inside to basically shatter outwards, causing that crater, and it has a rough surface.
And did that help you determine the entrance and exit sides of the window?
Yes.
What is S264 a picture of?
It's a photograph of the interior laundry room.
And do you see the bullet defect that you were just discussing in this picture, but from the inside now?
Correct.
Can you describe where it is for the jury?
It's to the left now of the door, on the left side of the window.
So between that pink striped piece of fabric and the piece of paper hanging in the middle of the door?
Correct.
Were there any other bullet defects that you observed or located inside this room?
There was one, well, it was like a scrape or on the matting, and then the exit, which is on the window to the left.
Judge, I don't anticipate having to ask the detective to get up and down, but just so he can make clear where, it's hard to see on this picture where the second defect is, if he could just get down and point it out on the two screens.
Sure. We're giving up on the laser pointer?
I gave up on it, Judge. We gave it a week.
God, you can walk over there, detective.
Detective, if I could ask you, if you could first point out where the bullet defect is in the door. Right here. Okay, and then if you could next point out the approximate area where the defect is on that mat.
I believe somewhere, I forget where, but it was somewhere along this area.
And can you see the defect you referred to as the third defect in this picture?
Right up here.
Judge, I think everyone in the
All right,
gallery.
everybody see that? All right, everyone see it? All right, very good. Everyone's nodding their heads.
You only have to do it once, thank you. Detective, what's S265 a picture of?
That is from the interior side, the door window.
And S266?
It's a close-up of the defect.
Detective, is there any significance to the pattern in the glass around the defect?
This breaking of the glass has different fracturing, and you have radial, concentric, and concordial fracturing.
And what does that tell you?
The first type of fractures you get in a shooting scene of glass is radial fractures. Those are, if you see from where the opening is or the defect itself, how the lines radiating outwards, linear, like straight out, those are the radial fractures. They are the first fractures that occur when a projectile strikes glass.
What about the other types of fractures?
The other fractures that you see basically going in almost circular around it are the concentric fracturing, and then just where the defect is broken right there is the concordial fracture or the beveling.
And is there any significance to those fractures?
The concentric is just, they occur after the radial fracturing, and then the concordial is the smoothest or it bevels.
Now, what is the material to the left of the glass in this picture?
That was the vinyl wood combination of the paneling of the door.
And it appears to be broken in this picture?
Correct.
Were you able to determine, or did that have any significance to your reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
In this situation, because the size of the defect, you couldn't have a perfect angle with the flight path rod to stay in place. However, with the correlation of the other defects, I was able to get the flight path of the defect.
So if you only had this bullet defect by itself, would you have been able to determine a flight path?
No.
Right, directing your attention back to S264, you indicated there was a defect on that black matting.
Yes.
And what is S267 a picture of?
That's the ricochet of the defect as it passed through.
And can you identify it in this picture by the location it is on the picture, as well as if there's anything to identify the general area?
If you see right in the middle of the photo, there's the threading is slightly disturbed.
And is it discolored in any way in that area?
It's a little bit white.
I'm going to show you another angle of that defect. Is that picture labeled as S268?
Yes.
Can you identify in S268 where the bullet defect is?
Right there in the middle of the matting where you see the thread sticking out slightly.
What is that in the background of the picture that's somewhat blurry?
That is the exit defect.
And that was the window on the other side of the room?
Correct.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as S264 again. Did you take some close-up photos of the third defect on the left-hand side?
Yes.
What is S269 a picture of?
That is the exit defect from the inside of the laundry room.
And can you tell the jury anything about the nature of this defect?
With that, you can see to the top left of your screen, you have the radial fracturing, and then you have the concordial fracturing.
When you were back at the scene on August 8th of 2019, you said that you took additional photographs?
Correct.
Is S340 a picture you took the following day?
Yes.
And do you see the area where the bullet defect we just looked at in the last picture is shown in this picture?
Yes.
Where is it?
If you look on the bottom where the AC unit is, right above it to the top left window pane.
And is S341 a closer up picture of that window?
Yes.
Detective, I'm drawing your attention back now to S264. Can you describe for the jury the process that you did with the flight path rod using S264 to assist you?
So because of the glass that had fractured, I was able to get an area convergence of the glass, basically following those lines back to where the defect entered. And from that moment, that was where I placed the rod. With the rod, I had used lasers to line up with the exit defect to get the flight path of the projectile.
So are you indicating that you had one flight path rod in the door and another one on the defect in the window?
No, just one was used.
And you were able to line it up with the laser?
Correct.
And what did the laser show you?
The laser showed me the flight path of the projectile going back as well as going forward outside of the residence.
And as far as inside the residence here in S264, did that bullet defect in the door match the same flight path as the bullet defect in the window?
All three defects correlated with each other.
Were you able to render opinions then based on the flight path of the projectile, based on your observations at the scene, as well as your shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S390. What is S390 a diagram of?
That is a diagram of the flight path of the projectile.
And this is an overhead diagram of the flight path?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where that flight path is in this picture?
It is between where the first target defect was on the door and the front of the red pickup truck.
Was that bullet defect at some sort of an upward or downward angle?
That was on an upward angle.
Meaning that which end of this line on S390 would be lower?
The front of the pickup truck.
And the end where it goes into the house is higher?
Correct.
And so what does that mean for where the barrel of the gun was at the time that the gun was shot?
In response to the shooting analysis, the front of the barrel was right where approximately where the front of the pickup truck was.
That it started at the front of the pickup truck?
Correct.
That, you're saying that's where the gun was at the time it was fired?
The front of the muzzle, yes.
The muzzle of the gun was at the base of the pickup
Well,
truck? when
the
it was fired?
trajectory of the flight path. Somewhere in between the front of the pickup truck and the door.
Are you able to give any opinion on the height of the muzzle of the gun when it was fired?
No.
And why is that?
We didn't have height or distance determination of any of anything to determine that.
So I guess, does that mean there were certain factors that you didn't know in this case to be able to assist you with that?
Correct.
Are you able to determine whether those shell casings that you discussed at the beginning are consistent with or connected to this bullet defect that you discussed?
No.
Why not?
Because with the casings, you can't determine what type of ammunition was fired into what created the defect.
Are all your opinions that you provided today within a reasonable degree of practical certainty?
Yes.
Judge, if I could just have the detective get down and just point to specifically what line. I don't think the color is necessarily exact there. That would be all right.
That's fine.
So detective, if you could just point out the line that you were indicating was the flight path you determined based on the bullet defects.
It would be between the door to the front of the pickup.
And that was at an upward angle from the direction of the truck into the house?
Correct.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
On
Yes.
cross-examination?
Detective, how many shell casings were found at the scene?
2 shell casings were recovered.
Did you have a discussion with anyone prior to your analysis as to how many shots were allegedly fired?
I was advised that the victim had been shot twice, and then the third one to the door.
Now, the casings that are depicted on that diagram, you'll agree with me that there's really nothing you can tell with regard to their positioning, with regards to where the shots were fired.
Correct.
Because the casings could be disturbed prior to your arrival.
Correct.
Were you advised that there were 40, 50 people at the crime scene prior to your arrival?
I don't know the number, but I knew that there had been many people within the crime scene prior to my arrival.
Now, did you look for that third casing?
Yes.
No doubt when a bullet is fired that a casing goes along with it, correct?
Correct.
But in this particular instance, you or any other law enforcement person was not able to find that third casing, correct?
We were not.
Now, with regards to your analysis, when a bullet hits an object, the effect that that object has on the bullet varies with the type of substance it strikes, correct?
Correct.
In this particular instance, the bullet struck numerous different types of substances, correct?
Correct.
Wood, one, vinyl,
Correct.
and glass, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that depending on the strength of those particular items, it affects the flight path of the bullet as it proceeds through the object?
It can, yes.
And again, your reconstruction, based on the rods that you used, indicated that the shot was fired from a position lower than the door, correct?
Correct.
And it was traveling in an upward angle as it went through the door through the second window in that laundry room, correct?
Correct.
But is it fair to say that you can't determine the exact flight path or the exact location where a bullet was fired from based on your analysis?
It's an approximate location based on where the backstrapulation of it was.
Understood. But for instance, with regards to this diagram, that bullet could have been fired from the front of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It could have been fired from the patio area here, correct?
Correct.
It could even been fired right here in front of the bush, correct?
Anywhere within that line, correct.
And even if someone was on their back firing the weapon, you can't determine the level at which the bullet was fired, correct?
In this situation, we couldn't determine the height.
So if someone was on the ground and fired the weapon, that would be consistent with your analysis, correct?
It would have had to have been closer to the truck.
Correct. And again, you indicated that although you have an analysis regarding this flight path, it's an estimate and it could vary by a foot or so, depending on where the person was either standing or on the ground when they fired it, correct?
A small degree of error, but yes.
Now, depending on the surface that a bullet strikes, depends on how far the bullet is projected further, correct?
Can you repeat that?
If a bullet doesn't strike anything, it goes a certain distance, correct?
Correct.
And if it does strike something, depending on what it strikes, that lessens the distance because it goes through a particular type of substance, correct?
I can't determine the force of if that actually has happened in this situation, but I would assume when it strikes an object, some force is lowered from striking an object and continuing.
But in this particular instance, you have a bullet that travels a certain distance, goes through a window, wood, vinyl, scrapes up against a mat, and then continues through another piece of glass, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that Lauren Kanarek was shot twice and both those bullets exited out of the back of her body?
At the time, I did not know if the bullets had exited her body or were inside her body.
Okay. Well, if they did exit her body,
Correct.
they would travel a certain distance based on what, if anything, it hit as it went through her body, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Judge, just to clarify that flight path, if I could.
Go ahead.
Detective, when you're talking about the flight path from the front of the truck there, is that the approximate area where you're saying that the gun barrel could have originated, the bullet shot?
Correct.
And so that would have been on the ground, for instance, here, if this was under the truck?
Correct.
And then you're indicating that along that flight path, it goes at an upward angle into the door?
Yes.
So would it be something like what I'm doing right now with my pen? The gun would be somewhere along this flight path going up into the side of the house?
Correct.
And again, for the record, I think the demonstration is a little bit much taller than what.
Well, it's up to the jury to determine. That's what's relevant here.
Did I do that at the precise angle that you measured, Detective?
It was I believe, a 14-degree angle.
Did you determine that with the
What,
protractor?
hold on, what was a 14-degree angle?
The angle of the upward.
This one,
Yes.
on the screen,
Correct.
not what Mr. Shellhorn did.
No.
Okay,
On
all
the
right,
screen.
just so we're clear. All right, it's 14-degree angle on the screen. Very good.
Thank you, Detective.
Detective,
Judge, thank you.
could someone have been standing on the deck of that front porch and been struggling and shot the bullet at that angle and created the defects that you testified to?
Again, if it was at a 14-degree angle and I couldn't determine the height determination.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Detective. Call your next witness, Mr. Shellhorn, please.
I'll defer to Mr. Bennett, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state calls William Stitt, please.
All right, William Stitt. Hi, left hand on the Bible, please. Raise your right hand. Please listen to my court clerk.
Do you swear in the presence of Almighty God that the testimony you give to this court regarding this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. My name is William Stitt. Last name is S-T-I-T-T.
Thank you.
Very good. Have a seat, sir. Please keep your voice up nice and loud so everyone can hear you. We do have jurors in the first two rows. If you don't understand the question, please indicate that. I'll have counsel rephrase.
Yes.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Stitt. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed, sir?
Currently, I'm contracted with the Morris County Sheriff's Office,
And what position do you hold in the sheriff's office?
forensic examiner.
And how long have you been in the present role of forensic examiner?
Approximately 4 years.
And can you generally explain your duties as a forensic examiner within the sheriff's office?
Sure, I'm in charge of the firearms identification unit, both casework as well as training.
And what specific training and experience have you had prior to your work as a forensic examiner?
Prior to, I'm sorry, could you?
So repeat the question, prosecutor, please.
Sure, Judge. What training experience did you have prior to your work as a forensic examiner, your work experience in general?
Okay, I was trained in firearms examiner, firearms instructor. I attended two basic ballistics courses, one in Fort Dix, the other was hosted by the Jersey City Police Department. I also attended the serial number restoration course put on by the ATF. I attended a techniques and firearms identification with the FBI down in Quantico. Several armorers courses with all the big manufacturers, Glock, Smith & Wesson, H&K, Sig Sauer, Ruger, Remington. Also trained as a Nibin tech,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. As
a
a what?
Nibin technician.
Can you explain that,
Sure.
please?
NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. They oversee IBIS, which is the Integrated Ballistics Identification System. Basically, it's a database. What they do is they take digital images, download them into the database, and they can cross-check different cases. What it does for us is it can relate cases that otherwise wouldn't be. So if we have a casing that's recovered up here, we put it into the system. If the gun was used in a different crime in a different county, different state, what it can do is it can match that for us.
And prior to your work as a contractor with the Sheriff's Office, were you previously a member of law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe your longevity in that sense?
Sure. Before that, I was employed by the Morris County Sheriff's Office. I retired from the Morris County Sheriff's Office. I started in our corrections. I transferred to what we call the Bureau of Law Enforcement, worked here in courts and transportation. Did that for about 2 years. Then I transferred to our criminal identification section, which included our crime lab and our crime scene unit.
And how long were you in that role before retiring?
Approximately 19 years. Altogether, I'm sorry, altogether, sir, or
Altogether, yeah.
altogether 25 years.
And what's your highest level of education?
Masters.
During the course of your career, how many firearms have you examined?
I would say probably thousands between department weapons and casework.
And how many of those examinations were with regard to operability?
Probably, again, over 1,000.
Are you an active member of any professional organizations other than those you listed earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what are those?
One is the New Jersey Forensic Firearms Examiners Association. AFTI, which is the Association for Toolmark and Firearms Examiners. And also the International Law Enforcement Firearms Instructors.
And have you been previously qualified as an expert in firearms operability in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
Judge, the state moves to have William Stitt declared an expert in the field of operation of firearms and examinations.
Mr. Belinkas, do you have any questions relating to this witness's qualifications only at this point?
No.
All right. Do you have any objection to Mr. Stitt being qualified as an expert in firearms examination?
No.
All right. Have you previously testified as an expert in any courts in the state of New Jersey as an expert?
Yes, sir.
All right, in what court, sir?
I did 5 times, 4 of them were here in Superior Court, and 1 was municipal.
All right, very good. Under the circumstances, I will qualify Mr. Stitt as an expert in firearms examination based on his knowledge, skill, and experience and training as outlined. We will be allowed to render an expert opinion in the area of firearms identification. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Mr. Stitt, can you explain to the jury what it means for a firearm to be operable?
That it goes bang, basically.
And when does it go bang specifically?
Specifically, sure, it's after the trigger is pressed to the rear, discharging the weapon.
And can you generally give an overview of a general cycle of operation of a firearm?
For semi-automatic,
Sure.
each one was a little different. For semi-automatic, sure. The first would be feed, load, lock, fire, and unlock.
And now, based on your last response, I could assume that there are different types of firearms?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain the difference between a revolver versus a pistol?
Sure, both of them are handguns. Semi-automatic weapons or pistols work a little different than revolvers. The big difference would be for the semi-automatic pistols, it would be loaded with a magazine, whereas the revolver would be loaded through a cylinder.
Okay. And can you explain what the term action means with regard to firearms?
I'm not sure what you mean, sir.
Specifically a double action, single action, can you explain what those mean and what the differences are?
Sure. If a weapon is single action or double action, single action would be just one action per press of the trigger. So the hammer would be back, the single action would be pressing the trigger would release the hammer or the firing pin. Double action, it'd be 2 actions. So basically that press of the trigger, it would cock the weapon and release the firing pin.
So just to clarify, with a single action firearm, the shooter would have to manually recock that hammer?
Yes,
Is that accurate? And then pull the trigger to release the hammer.
yes,
And these two type of actions can be present in revolvers, correct? There's single action revolvers and double action revolvers?
correct.
Can you explain the process of loading rounds into a revolver? And before you do, is there a more technical term for rounds that you would use?
Cartridges?
Okay. And would you say it's fair to say that a cartridge is commonly referred to in the public as a round or a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. So can you explain the process of loading cartridges into a revolver?
It depends on the revolver. Typically, we see two types. One revolver would have to be, the cylinder would have to be released, so you would hit the cylinder release. The cylinder would actually slide out, and then what you do is you'd manually load the 5 or 6 rounds, whatever it might be.
So typically revolvers, in your experience, are roughly 5 to 6 rounds generally?
Typically,
And what are the parts, moving back to a cartridge, which is the unexpelled round, correct?
correct.
What are the parts of a cartridge? Can you explain this to the jury?
Sure. With the cartridge, there's basically 4 parts to it. There'd be the shell casing, which is basically the container that holds everything together. There would be a primer, which is basically like a fuse, if you think about it. There's the powder itself, and then the projectile or a bullet.
Moving on to pistols specifically, are they loaded in a different way than the way you explained revolvers are loaded?
Yes,
And how is that done?
that's done through the magazine.
And can you explain what a magazine is to the jury?
Sure. The magazine would be the item that would hold the cartridges for the automatic, semi-automatic pistol.
And did the number of bullets that a firearm is capable of holding vary from firearm to firearm?
Yes, sir.
Now, giving us a broad overview, what's the steps of operability testing you take procedurally when you test a firearm for operability?
Probability? Sure. First thing what we do is we take it out of evidence. We bring it back to our lab. First thing we do is photograph it overall. The reason why we photograph it is to show the condition that we received it in. Then we do a visual inspection. Visual inspection is just to make sure everything looks okay, nothing's bent, broken, the barrel's not obstructed, any safety issues that might come up. Then after that, what we'll do is, excuse me, we will test fire the weapon. We'll take 2 rounds from our supply, our ammo supply, load that weapon, and press the trigger.
Now, you said you test fire these weapons using ammunition from your supply, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that always the case?
Yes, sir.
So if a firearm is turned into your office for exam and it comes with ammunition with it, you do not use that ammunition in tests?
We do not.
Okay, and what's the reason for that?
More our safety. We don't know if the other ammo is reloads. We don't know who made them. So it's more of a safety issue. If they does come in and they're reloads, if we do comparisons, that kind of messes up for our comparisons. So we want the factory loaded ammo.
Now, moving specifically to the case at hand, sometime in 2019, were you asked to examine firearms that were collected from 411 West Mill Road in the Long Valley?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what firearms you were asked to review during that case?
Sure. It was a Ruger LC9S, which was a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. There was a Colt Army 1917 revolver, a Colt Mark IV Series 80 semi-automatic pistol, and another revolver was a Frontier 22 caliber.
So you said there were 2 pistols and 2 revolvers?
Correct.
Thank you. Besides the firearms themselves, were any other items turned over to you for this examination?
Yes, sir.
And what were those items?
There was 2 magazines and 2 spent shell casings.
And did either of those magazines have cartridges within them?
Yes, sir.
And those cartridges were within the magazine when it was turned over to your office?
Correct.
You have envelopes in front of you. There's one marked S178. Do you see that?
170?
178.
170, yes, sir.
Um, If you need gloves, there are gloves here on the floor beside you. I would ask you then remove the magazine from the envelope. And Judge, 178 has been entered into evidence previously.
Yes.
Do you have that out of the envelope?
Yes.
Mr. Stitt? Okay. Can you hold that up for the jury?
Certainly.
And if you could just remove your top fingers, I'm sorry.
Sure. Sorry.
Are there rounds within that magazine?
There are,
Okay. Or cartridges, rather?
yes, cartridges.
Okay. And is the state of the magazine as you find it before you the same way that it was returned into you upon your examination?
Yes, sir.
And did you, during your examination, document how many rounds were within that magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And I will be showing you what's been marked as S360. Is this a close-up shot of the magazine as it was that day and as it is before you today?
Before we do that, Mr. Belinkus, do you have any objection to this item being marked in the evidence? I don't believe. Was it?
No, Judge, and the prosecutor asked me, I told him.
All right. I don't think that was previously moved, but it'll be accepted into evidence. It's item S360. Thank you.
And Judge, I'll also be looking to move in S362, among others, but right now 362.
No, Judge.
Have you spoken to Mr. Belinkus about these items that you're going to move in?
We've
Yeah.
shown him all the pictures.
Yes, all right.
previously, yeah.
And no objection to these? Okay.
None.
And Mr. Stitt, looking at what's been marked 362, do you see the rounds in that picture outside of the magazine?
Yes, sir.
And those rounds were removed by you during the examination?
Correct.
Okay, and how many rounds did you remove from the magazine?
7.
Okay, and again, that's how this magazine was presented to you from the sheriff's office as retrieved by the scene?
With the rounds in the
Inside the
magazine.
magazine.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Besides the two magazines, were any other items examined by your office?
Besides the handguns and the shell casings?
Shell casings, so that's what I'm referring to. With regard to the magazines and the shell casings, can you determine if they were related to any firearms that you examined?
The magazines and shell casings?
Separately, so can you determine based on what you see with the magazines if they belong to any specific firearm that you examined?
Yes, yes, sir.
And which firearm did the magazines belong to?
That was the Ruger LC9.
And looking specifically at the two shell casings that you examined, were those determined to
Well,
be firearms?
did we establish he looked at two shell casings? I know he said he looked at shell casings, but I'm not sure we established a number.
It's a good
So
question.
set the foundation first, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stitt, did you examine, how many shell casings did you examine during this examination?
2.
Okay. And before you have envelopes on your desk that have been previously moved into evidence, numbers 17. One second, Judge. numbers S179 and 180.
Yes, sir.
Can you open those? And were those two shell casings you have in front of you the same as those you examined that day?
Yes, sir.
And which firearm in particular are these shell casings related to?
They match the Ruger LC9S.
Now, did you alter any reports as a result of your examinations?
Yes, sir.
And before you have two sheets of paper, should be on the table, they're marked S93 and S94.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize those documents?
I do.
And what are those documents?
Those are my process reports.
And how do you know that?
It's signed by me.
And do they both fairly and accurately depict the reports that you authored on September 25th and December 18th?
Yes, sir.
Judge, these are just marked right. I don't want them entered into evidence. Thank you. Mr. Stitt, we'll speak specifically to the Ruger handgun. It should be on the floor next to you. It's been pre-marked S177, already entered into evidence.
177, sir?
Yes, sir. And do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same firearm that you examined on September 25th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
And did you have the opportunity to examine that particular firearm with regards to operability?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the serial number for that firearm?
I don't.
Okay. I'd ask you to refer to your report, which is marked S93, to refresh your recollection.
Judge, I have no objection to him reading the serial number.
I don't think there's any objection or question that that's the gun that was recovered in this case. Is there, Mr. Belinkus?
No.
No,
not at
no
all.
objection.
And during the course of your examination of that firearm, did you take photographs?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked S353, 355, 356, and 357, which have not been offered for you yet.
Any objection to those, Mr. Belinkus?
No, good. And Judge, can I move those into evidence at this time, please?
And what are the numbers again, sir?
353, 355, 356, and 357.
Sure. No objection by Mr. Belinkus. Those are in evidence.
Mr. Stitt, I will cycle through these photos one by one. Can you explain to the jury what you see in S353?
That is the Ruger LC9.
And is it fair to say that the state you see it in these pictures how is presented to you for examination?
Yes, sir.
And looking back at S353, is the slide lock back in this picture?
Yes, sir.
And what's the significance of that?
Of the slide being to the rear.
Correct.
In this case, it'd just be for safety issues.
And typically when a slide is locked back, what does that indicate to you about a firearm?
Either it's slid to the rear for safety check, or when the weapon runs dry or shoots up all the ammo, it will or should lock to the rear.
Looking at 356, the firearm is now removed from the box, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 355, we see a close above the serial number, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now looking at S357, could you describe each part of the gun and its function?
Sure, we'd start from the top. The top section is called the slide, or referred to as the slide. What you'll see towards the rear of the slide is your rear sights. Towards the front would be your front sight. The part sticking out of the front would be your barrel. The bottom half would be the frame. Towards the back, you see the little notch in the slide. To the rear of that would be your thumb safety.
Judge, I would ask, can Mr. Stitt come down and demonstrate with his hand where these parts are?
Yeah, you mean pointed out on the screen? Certainly.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Again, the top mark, this would be our slide. The rear sight, the front sight, the barrel, the bottom part would be the frame. Towards the rear, this would be your thumb safety. This section here is for your slide lock. You have the grip, the trigger guard, and in the grip would be your magazine lock.
And moving specifically to the part you identified as the slide lock, what's the significance of that part in particular?
The slide lock, again, it would be for a safety check to lock the slide to the rear, so you can do a visual check. Or again, when the firearm runs dry or fires all its ammunition and it's empty, that slide should lock to the rear.
And looking to the trigger, it looks like there's almost two triggers in this picture. Can you explain why it looks that way?
Sure, one is a trigger safety.
And can you explain what that means?
Sure. With this back part would be your trigger, the front would be the trigger safety. In order for that trigger to go to the rear, the first part would have to be depressed into the trigger.
And what's the purpose of that safety?
It's a safety, it's just so so the trigger cannot be pulled or pressed to the rear.
You can return. Thank you. How do you load and unload this firearm particularly?
This particular one, with the magazine, would have to be loaded into the magazine well. Then the slide would have to be pulled to the rear. The slide would be released, and as the slide goes forward, it would load the next round.
And after having pointed out the parts on this gun, you did mention there's a safety on this gun, aside from the trigger safety, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that have any effect on another step that may have to be taken before the gun is fired?
It can. If it's engaged, yes, you'd have to disengage the safety to fire the weapon.
Ultimately, as a result of your examination, was this firearm deemed to be operable?
Yes, sir.
How many cartridges or rounds can this pistol hold at one time?
This particular one has a 7-round magazine.
And how many can the weapon actually hold?
It would be 8.
And
It
can
would
you
be 7 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
And you testified this pistol?
Yes, sir.
You testified earlier that shell casings are ejected from a firearm, correct?
Correct.
And that's after a shot or a discharge?
Yes.
With regards to empty shell casings that are ejected, is there a particular side that they usually eject from?
Typically, it's to the right side of the firearm.
And when you say the right, what orientation are we referring to?
As the shooter.
Okay, so it would be the shooter's right.
Correct.
On this particular handgun, which side of the gun is the ejection port on?
On the right side.
Do firearms leave specific marks on shell casings when they are fired?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what markings are typically left by a firearm on shell casing?
So typically with the, with semi-automatic weapons, what we're looking for is several things. They'll leave impressions from the firing pin, from what's called the breech face, which is the part back towards the rear of the slide, and chamber marks. So when the empty casing gets extracted from the weapon, it can scratch on the walls of the chambers and create unique characteristics or stria.
And after your test fires, you also then have shell casings, is that correct?
Correct.
So are you able to then compare shell casings from your test fires to shell casings from the ones turned into you for examination?
Yes, sir.
And you're able to well, can you describe the process of how those are compared?
Certainly. The way we do it, we take our 2 test fires from when we did the operability of the weapon. We'll put them on our comparison microscope. We will compare those, looking for unique characteristics left behind from the weapon. We'll do our test fires first, and then we'll use the casings that we've collected from the scene.
And again, you were given what's been marked as S179 and 180 for examination?
Yes,
And were you able to determine whether those shell casings were fired from any particular handgun?
yes, sir.
Which gun was that?
That was the Ruger LC9.
And during the course of your investigation, or your examination rather, you took photographs?
Yes, sir.
And among those photographs are the ones we've seen so far?
I'm sorry, sir?
Among those photographs are the ones we've viewed so far?
Yes, sir.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took on September 25th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd like to admit those 4 photographs into evidence.
On the numbers again, please.
Sure. 353, 356, 355, and 357.
I thought we already moved those in.
We just
Before.
moved them in a few moments ago.
Yeah, they're in evidence.
Thank you. Moving on to December 18th of 2019, did you conduct another examination?
Yes, sir.
And are the firearms you examined in that time period reflected in your report, which has been pre-marked as S94?
Yes, sir.
And you could return the Ruger box to the court. Mr. Stitt, thank you. If you could retrieve from those pile of boxes what's been pre-marked S200, already in evidence? And can you open that box, please? Do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, sir.
And is that one of the firearms you examined on December 18th of 2019?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it fair to say, well, what are the parts of that gun and the function of each? Is it comparable to the gun that you just explained?
Yes, sir. This is it's a semi-automatic pistol.
And can you hold the box up for the judge so they can see which one we're referring to?
Sure.
And how do you load and unload this firearm?
Same as we discussed on the prior weapon.
And was there a magazine submitted with this firearm?
Yes, sir, there was.
And how many rounds or cartridges did that magazine hold?
This one also holds 7.
Did you? Okay. And were any rounds submitted within that magazine or handgun?
No, sir, I believe it was empty.
And did you have the opportunity to examine this firearm for operability?
Yes, sir.
And was the firearm ultimately determined to be operable?
No, sir, it was not.
What made this firearm inoperable?
During our visual inspection of it, it was determined that the pistol was missing both the firing pin and the extractor.
And I know you've mentioned firing pins before. Can you explain briefly to the jury what a firing pin is and what it does?
Sure. The firing pin is the part that makes contact with the primer. Remember, the primer is kind of like the fuse. The firing pin is what strikes the primer.
And why won't a handgun fire without a firing pin?
Because without the firing pin, nothing would be making contact with the primer.
And during the course of your examination of this particular gun, did you take photographs also?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'd like to,
Mr. Bennett, you'll be a little while longer on direct?
yes, Judge.
Why?
15 or 5 minutes.
It's after 3 now, we'll take our afternoon recess, and then we'll pick up in about, at about 3:20 or so. All right, thank you. You can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Just wait outside. Just stay down this end, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
Thanks, sir.
You remain under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Stitt, we left off at, well, we were about to view some photos of that white handgun that you have in front of you. So I'll be showing you what's been marked as S370, 371, 373, and 374.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the break, the court and counsel did discuss certain additional photographs that were moved into evidence. No objection by the defense, and the court accepted those. So those are 363, 365, 367, and 368, 370, 371, and 373 through 376. Those were all admitted into evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you. Mr. Stitt, S370, as it appears on your screen, is how the gun was presented to you at the time of examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
I will skip 371, as it is the same gun removed from the box, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at S373, what does this photo depict?
That's a view looking down the slide to the, where the firing pin should be.
And can you demonstrate or explain to us where the firing pin should be in this picture?
Sure. If we look down the top part of the slide, you'll see the circle in the back, kind of in the center. That's just an empty hole. That would be where the firing pin would protrude.
And looking now to S374, what is the hole we see in the center of this picture, within the barrel in the center, right there?
The one we're looking at, there's the two holes. The one on the right would be your firing pin hole or aperture.
And what's the hole on the left?
That would be where the extractor would be.
And you had stated earlier that both of those were missing from this firearm,
Correct.
making it inoperable.
Correct.
Okay. You could return that box down to the floor, please, and if you could retrieve what's been marked S199, already in evidence. You could open that box, sir. Do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, sir.
And is that one of the firearms you examined on December 18th, 2019?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the last two firearms that you identified, which were S177 and S200, those were both semi-automatic pistols, as you described?
Correct.
And is this a different style of handgun?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what style would that be?
The revolver.
And can you hold that box up for the jury so they know which weapon we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Everybody see that?
And looking to what's been marked as S367, is that the same firearm you see before you?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe the parts, each part and its function of this firearm? And you could feel free to come down and judge if that's okay, if you could point at the screen.
Sure.
Starting at the top, this would be your barrel. Front sight, a little hard to say. The rear sight is actually behind the zip tie. This would be your grip panel, your back strap. That would be your hammer. This part here is the cylinder release. This part is the cylinder, the ejector rod, and this part is where it swings out. It's called the crane. We have our trigger and our trigger guard.
And I believe you mentioned before, but can you just walk the jury quickly through how you load this firearm specifically?
Certainly. What you'd have to do is pull this to the rear, the cylinder would swing out, then you'd be able to load the cylinder.
And how many rounds does this firearm in particular hold?
This one was 6 rounds.
And we could return to your seat, Mr. Stitt. And did you have the opportunity to examine that firearm for operability?
Yes, sir.
And was that firearm submitted with any ammunition in it or with it?
No, sir.
Was that firearm ultimately determined to be operable?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that was done using ammunition that you have from your supply in the lab.
Correct.
And during the course of your examination, you took photos of this firearm?
Yes, sir.
And one of those photos is what's been shown to you is 367?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is S368 the same firearm removed from the box?
It is.
All right, you can return that box to the ground, please. And if you could retrieve the last box, which has been marked S201, which is early evidence.
$201, sir?
201, yes. You can open the box, sir. Do you recognize that firearm that's before you?
Yes, sir.
And is that also one of the firearms you examined on December 18th, 2019?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as S375. Is that the firearm that you have before you,
Yes, sir, it is.
and that depicts the way it was presented to you during examination?
Yes, sir.
Are the parts on this firearm generally the same as the firearm we just viewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are there any differences between the two of those
Yes, sir.
revolvers? And what difference would that be?
In the way you would load it.
Okay. And Judge, I would ask just to show the difference, if Mr. Stitt can come down and point to the different piece of this firearm that makes it unique.
Go ahead, you may step down, sir.
The previous revolver, you use the cylinder release. With this one, it's a fixed cylinder. So what you'd have to do is, there's a little technique called the gate. What you do is open that gate, and you would load the cylinder one at a time. You would load it, you'd have to spin it, load it again, rotate that cylinder until they were all full.
And how many rounds does this particular gun hold?
6 cartridges.
And what caliber round is this?
This one is a 22 caliber.
And earlier you had mentioned, or I'd asked you a question rather, regarding actions. What action does this revolver have?
This one I believe is a single action.
And can you remind the jury what that means regarding trigger pulls?
Sure. For the trigger pull, it'd be one action. So one pull of the trigger would release the firearm.
And in order to do another shot, what would you have to do to that gun?
You would have to cock the hammer.
On each shot?
Yes, sir.
And did you can return to your seat, I'm sorry. Did you also have an opportunity to review this firearm with regard to operability?
Yes, sir.
And was this firearm determined to be operable?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was this firearm presented to you with any ammunition at the time of testing?
No, sir.
And you utilized your own supply to test fire this weapon?
That's correct.
And did you take photographs during your examination besides the one we see on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is S376, as it appears before you, a photo you took during examination after removing that firearm from the box?
Yes, sir, it is.
Just give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Mr. Stitt, I'm going to show you 2 pictures that you took side by side, and we've previously seen already. I'm showing you what's been marked as S357 and S371. These are 2 of the firearms that we already discussed that you examined, correct?
Yes, sir.
And while they look the same, do they function in a similar capacity to each other?
They do.
And when I say that, what I mean is, are the same general steps taken to fire each of these?
Yes, sir.
However, the one on the right was determined to be inoperable, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Valinkas?
That gun to the right that you just saw, That's the one that's inoperable, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have no idea how long that gun has been inoperable, do you?
No, sir.
You testified that the .45 was operable, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that a much larger caliber handgun?
Yes, sir.
Much more deadly because of the size of the bullet?
Not
Objection.
necessarily, sir.
I'll withdraw. No
Yeah,
further
please
questions.
do. Sustained. All right, any follow-up, Mr. Bennett? Redirect, I mean?
No, Judge, I think we're fine.
All right, you may step down. Thank you very much. Can I see counsel at the bench, please? All right, members of the jury, we are going to break now. I know it's a little bit early. It's 3:35 currently. There's a couple reasons for that. Number one, it's Friday. That's the most important reason. I want you all to get an early start on your weekend. And the case has progressed very nicely. I'm satisfied with the pace of the case. It's actually moved a little quicker than I had anticipated. Because of those reasons, I think it's a good time to break. The state anticipates finishing their presentation of evidence, their case, on Monday. Maybe in the morning, maybe early afternoon, it depends. But the state's going to finish on Monday, and then shortly thereafter, we'll start the defense case. All right, so you've heard some evidence, certainly from the stand, but not the whole case. So please, it's important at this juncture not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. That only happens when you hear all the evidence and you retire to deliberate on the case. So with those brief comments, have a nice weekend, everyone. We'll see you Monday morning, same time. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Just stay on for a minute. So, Mr. Shellhorn, have all your witnesses here Monday morning so we can try to
Should I have
Finish
my
it.
witnesses at 1:30?
Yeah, I would. You have some late witnesses to call before you get to the experts? Or you're gonna
Oh,
put?
yeah, I have a number of police officers who will be real quick and other late
Fine.
witnesses.
Yeah, but why don't you, whatever order you want, but maybe the police officers would be a good place to start in the afternoon?
Judge, I know that Mr. Boinkus has been working with Mr. DeFrancisci about getting those witnesses lined up, but if I could just ask to be notified who they anticipate calling on Sunday, just so I'm prepared.
Okay,
Oh.
and also, I was planning on serving the subpoena on Edward David this weekend.